Hello. Okay, so I've been having texture issues with this model for a couple of weeks now, but I now have it set up so the textures will display properly on like the newer version of the model that I'm working on, so I can actually get into it now and start making it like look nice. The issue, there are a couple of issues. I might completely redo the hair here. I might redo the hello. I might end up just re-unwrapping it just because this is kind of a mess. And I believe this is part of the shoe, and I kind of want to do a little bit of design work on the shoe and make them look a little bit more like, I think I want to go like sci-fi gravity boot type of deal. So I'll look at some references for that. And then I was also having some slight like textile density things where like my ears are kind of like a lower textile density than my hair. So they just don't line up well. So those are kind of the main things I'm looking at right now, just for improvements. And just generally like making, basically from what I've been looking at on how to texture low poly models is you're wanting to make good sprite work, and then you're wanting to conform your existing mesh to the sprite work. I did not do that. I made the model first, and then I started making the model, and that's why it's all very disorganized. So I'm going to try to take what I already have and then try to just make it a little bit more sensible. A lot of these like just don't have good ratios. Like I know the head right here, this is going to be the face shadow. I know that has like a perfect, I believe it's 32 by 32, but a lot of these just have like wonky, just have like wonky resolutions that like don't scale super well. So I'm going to try to like set them up a little bit more sensibly. Neither am I. Neither am I. Okay. Thank you. I found out how to change themes. This is backwards. I found out how to change themes. I didn't, and I made this gradient in the background. I just changed it myself. The rest of this is, I can actually pull up what theme it is. Let me check. Yeah, Pretty Gear Arrow Orange, and then it's just a custom background I did just to match like the creamsicle type of theming I've got going on. Because it just had like a, I think it was just like a dark orange through the whole back, and I just didn't like it. Okay. The one, this normal is wrong, and for some reason it keeps flipping. No fucking idea why. I probably just forgot to save after I flipped it. Because I was having normals issues for a bit, particularly like on the chest I was having some. That should be fine because I recalculated everything. Then I can turn face orientation off so you can actually see how the textures look kind of in practice. And you can see like there's some like awkward stretching on the wings. That's mostly just because I kind of half-assed where I was putting the wing fingers on it. But I did do quite a bit of work just to like get this nice tileable pattern on the mesh. So if I look over here, but it was just like I didn't look close enough. And it's kind of like, ooh, Chow Garden music. I've heard that like video game music is kind of dodgy on Twitch right now. Like it's fine when it's live, but on like VODs I've been getting hit with it, and then obviously like YouTube is like I do archive these, which for the archive, I can just put it on a different VOD track. Oh wait, no, I can't. I can do it a different archive or different VOD. Blah, blah, blah. I can do a different VOD track for the Twitch archive, but when I was doing that, it was saving my main VOD track for the YouTube stream. So I can't do that as easily. I'd rather just do something that like I know is gonna be like chill. Okay. I just do me some good and maybe mark this as a seam. And then do the middle as its own thing. A piece of me would want to mirror like this part here, but that's not really gonna save a lot. That's not really gonna do much. And then the back would definitely have to be its own thing. Even though I'm gonna try not to give too much focus on the back of the model. I am gonna need to do a little bit of it though. Um, so I'll probably just use flat colors for this whole tip like I've done here. Mm. Yeah. I guess I'll just mark seams here and just see what it ends up looking like. Um, where am I at? Let's just the line behind the ears. So we'll mark. This is going to be the first seam. And then we'll mark that as a seam. And then this is already marked as a seam because it's against this. So what if I don't want to actually wrap the whole head. Let me make sure I've got everything. Also, if you randomly hear me slap something, it's just because I ended up with gnats in my place because I left my window open for too long and it's been super moist and hot and they just fucking love that. Um, UV. Okay, let's see if this makes more sense. That will be my front. Yeah, maybe I'll just make this its own thing too, because it's making me have to think too hard, and I think I just need to avoid that genuinely. So we'll just redo these. Just because like it's basically impossible. It's like absolutely impossible to try to sprite this stuff when it's the way it is. And I mean, it's fine. I can just do it the hard way, but I want to get into a better habit with a lot of model making. My ideal is to be able to make like a simple model, like a N64 style model within the span of like 2 or 3 hours, like start to finish, texturing, modeling, final render. Because it'd be really nice to be able to sit here and like once a week do one art stream and turn it into like an Instagram reel and just practice a lot. And then like, once I build up that skill more, I can make like a V2 of this model and it would be really, really cool. And once I got the basics down, I can also play with more complicated stuff. Because I've been studying up on a lot of complicated stuff that could be really, really cool. But I don't have a good model to put it on yet. Okay, what are you? Oh, it's just oh, this just isn't its own scene. Which is why it's weird. Especially because this is just shadow, I'm just gonna do that as a solid. See, I marked you something early. Clear that scene. Oops. Where are you weird again? Oh. Hmm. Oh wait, am I just looking at this wrong? Uh, Comes down. Okay, so that's just a weird. Okay, it just looks off because it's like flattened out because this part's coming down, which is making it into a little V shape, but here's just extending out. Hey, that just makes more sense. So this. Okay, it's because I'm in wrong. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense. Let's just unwrap it from here. What? Hmm. Okay, you and you. Hmm. Actually, does this just slot in here? No, it's just weird. Oh yeah, this part of the model is just already somewhere else. And this part of the model is also over there. Would I want texture there? No, because that's really just like a shadow. And if I want to like, I guess to save myself from having to shade it, I could just take this point and just kind of like yank it over a little bit to make it more clear that it's supposed to be like a shadowy part. I could just do like that. And that could save me quite a bit of work. Does make me wonder if I should just like still slap it on this end. What if I just take the seam off of this side in particular? But I keep the seam on the rest of it? Oh, okay, and then we would expect this gap to be here. That's where... Well, it doesn't really help me to have that there. I think I just keep the weird gap. Um, right, so this part is over here, which is fine. ENA, yeah, and I have watched the what's it called? I watched the YouTube's videos of it a little while ago. I think I do need to rewatch them again though, just because they do have fun. They really do capture that like 90s early CGI, just weird shit. Yeah, I think it's mostly just because I'm almost entirely using flat colors and like existing textures in Blender other than my face. Just like the pre-baked stuff. Oh, I didn't know the game was free. I am gonna put that in my notes app because that would be really fucking dope to play on stream. 'Cause I believe it's voiced, right? At least the majority of it is. I actually haven't looked at I think I've seen like shorts of Dream Barbecue, but I haven't like sat down and watched the whole thing. Yeah, the voice acting for Anna is like super fun too, just because it's wacky. Dude, this is how. So like, I use a Discord. I use a Discord channel for the majority of my notes, and my brother's also in it to like keep us like it's a way that we keep each other accountable. We'll just add each other and be like, "Oh, bug me about this," blah blah blah. But we've had it for so long and we've put so like little work into it for the longest time. Like it's just been sitting here. It's the the icon for it is still just like Venti from from Genshin when he was like newly dropped. Like we haven't changed it in all that time. Discord does have quite a bit of good what's it it's got a bunch of good like note-taking tools in it, like pinning stuff and being able to like link ideas from one to another with just replying to yourself. It's super useful. And threads like keep you nice and organized. Okay. Yeah, actually real quick I could bring up I can switch my avatar really quickly and I can show you kind of what this model looks like in the program now that it's like not uber borked. It's still kind of borked. Like I haven't put the face back on it, and you can see like there's a little bit of like jittering, just because I edited the mesh a little bit, but I didn't relate it properly to like for shape key stuff. It's fine. Like it's super easy to fix. I just haven't yet. But like you can see, yeah, I really like the texturing style that I've got. And then like I think I like partially fixed like the weight painting in the neck. It's still like slightly weird. But you can kind of see like the textures don't like perf. Actually, do I have a textile density issue with my ears? They might actually fit fine. I might have less work to do than I thought. Which is a sentence I just fucking love saying, by the way. I love it when I think I'm gonna have so many problems and then half of them I just like made up. Like I don't like making up problems for myself, but I love finding out that the problem I thought I was gonna have to fix was all in my head. Alright, I think I lost the plot with where I was at with this. Whoa, that's bad. Oh. Yeah, I mean I guess technically I could mirror like right here these four little spots. But that's like such a nothing that like I don't even think I'll bother. Also, I don't technically need to cram all of this into this spot. Because I'm not gonna run this through like a game engine or anything. I just kind of like to keep true to like the style. I want to keep this type of resolution, but I can cheat a little bit, frankly. because you won't. I'm not gonna be showing this texture file off that much. Like I'll be able to cheat less when I start making models for Instagram because I want to like show the texture file with them. But I can just but if the textures are borked, I could just not put them there. Free will. Okay, so this is my center line. It just kind of starts wandering off because of my bangs. Yeah, that's kind of like the bulk of what I've done before. Like I've done 2D sprite work here and there, other than like making Minecraft skins. Really, that's like I've picked up and put down Blender a bunch of times over the course of many years. This is the first time I've been like coming at it with like I have a specific vision set up for like what I want to make like stylistically, and that's made it a lot less frustrating rather than just like I just want to make a thing. Saying I want to specifically focus on character work, I want to specifically focus on this range of styles, this range of like PS1 to like or like late PS1 to early DS era, and just like being able to style study that one specific thing has made it just like a lot more accessible to me mentally. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I'm happy that it fits the vibe. I definitely do need to make like a better face though. There are some things that like obviously I'm using like a lot of temp assets. I'm calling this like beta test mode. Um like I really want to redo my background. I really want to redo my face. I really want to add toggles. Um I also just want to have a better face because I don't have any toggles right now. Like it works, but like the face is just like I did it very very quickly. Like I just kind of freehand drew it and I was like, whatever, fucking good enough. Cola ASMR. I hope I didn't accidentally blow out your ears with that because I did get kind of close to the mic for it. Uh-oh. What is this little nubbin? Yeah, I'll kill it real fast. I don't have my stream open on my phone, and typically I do. There's always something. It's the gnats. Yeah, pretty much. Feels like it. Damn. Deleted. TP whacked. Destroyed. Reduced to atoms. Mark does it seem just There's so many buttons. So many buttons all the time. Which, like, if anyone has ever seen, God, menuing is literally the thing I struggle with most in video games. And Blender is literally like 90% like video game menuing. I literally nearly like deleted my save file when I was playing Final Fantasy 3. I actually did delete like an hour's worth of progress, but that's because I didn't understand autosaves get deleted when you die, or quick saves get deleted when you die, and main saves don't. But I still also nearly deleted it on top of that. It took me 2 streams to get out of the tutorial. Oh, yeah, Jet Set Radio. That's another thing I've been wanting to look at. Because I can actually whip this up for you real fast. I have. This is my logo design I need to get to. And I want to go for like really nice graffiti bubble art, or graffiti bubble letters for this part, and I want to kind of make it look like, you can see like the spots on the lemon are going to be like little paint splotches that are like dripping down. I love that. So Jet Set's definitely something I need to like study a little bit of, because I think Jet Set will do like a lot for me. I think I'm also just gonna like, I have like a half-baked version of it made in Canva, so I might just kind of like, I might end up just downloading that and then like just crushing it down a bit just to see kind of like obviously I'm not going to trace it, but like just to like give myself a bit of a better reference image. Yeah. Okay. This is basically upside down. The big thing I have to do is just make sure I'm not getting like lost in the sauce here. Just because again, I am doing it in a way that's not recommended for this style, but I will, part of learning, blah blah blah. Sauce. Um, yeah. Don't mind me as I like literally have to go into my mind palace to like remember a tutorial I saw like 2 weeks ago on how to square UVs. Actually, I might want to. Let's square this one instead. That'll store it slightly less. Because basically what you want to do is you want to take your most square UV and you want to just like make it perfectly square. And that kind of just becomes your guide for the rest of the mesh. Because what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna take this, select it all, and then we're gonna do follow active quads, and it squares everything up, and it also breaks a bunch of shit usually. But I can manually fix this. It's not like that bad. What's overlapping? What is this? Oh yeah, this would be the one to most likely break, wouldn't it? That's fine. I don't know why you decided to... Oh wait, what's on top? That's... I have... this seam, right? I just don't have the seams around the fully done correctly. Oh, it's because I have a try. That would do it. No, it's not in the problem area. I just need to pick like a more central quad dome route. So where would I end up? It'd just be easier if I like split it down the middle, maybe. Because as I end up pulling it apart. I see. So yeah, basically it doesn't know what to do with this part. So if I just like, if I rip the seam down like this, do I need to change the mesh? 'Cause I'm almost tempted to just like But here, then what does that do? Other than, be ugly. Then it lets me. Okay, this is just where my apology starts kicking my ass. So as I square this off, where does it get? Also wants to pull weird. As it pulls out, then it's like this. These kind of stay on their own. And I know, like, technically I'm making this in a game style, and tries are okay, and the VRM model is, like, totally fine with using tries, but it's like, bad is bad. It's fine. I think, because I'm gonna end up, like, this model is basically a wash. I'm gonna have to end up doing this on my base model, and then I'll just reapply everything just because I have those like borked UVs. Let me think quickly, just like oh, is that actually gonna work? Yeah, I don't know if I love or hate the fact that you can tell like that I twist my head around to like try to understand stuff better. Because like it just makes me look like a cat, and it makes it look like it's like I'm doing a bit. But like I was literally taught this by an engineering teacher. She said like you should literally see it from a different angle instead of like figuratively like look at it from a different angle, because it literally like shocks your brain into like understanding it differently, like processing what's on the screen differently. It's like the same thing with like sketching, like oh you should sketch in separate colors because it like makes your brain not think of it as like super finalized. It's all about just like tricking your brain. Oh, I think I see. It's just because on the one hand, like, oh god, you can tell I got lazy on the back, but it's also good that I wasn't spending a ton of time on it just because obviously you don't really see it. So I shouldn't freak out and waste my time over nothing. Okay. Wait, are you a hole? I just hit something. Huh? They're like weird turtle face. Oh yeah, go to bed. Like, please take care of yourself. I'm probably not gonna stream for super long anyways, because I kinda have a headache. But also this bothers me and I need to do it. Enjoy your sleep. I'm also wondering if I should just like fix the hair mesh just to think of it because like I think I might just want to take the ears and just like clip them into the head. Like I saw someone on Twitter who makes like low poly models like this, and I think it honestly might just be better to just like clip them into the head. Like it might come across quirky instead of lazy, but I could also just be lazy with it. Like what if I just seal this hole in the head? So it leaves this two quad hole on either side of the head. Hmm. It's also just a weird problem. Maybe I could just solve it with like another seam. Genuinely. I think what I do is just move over to my other file. This is the one that I'm not like. And this is the one that doesn't have like that forked shape key issue. I think it doesn't. Just because that one's more of like let's call it like an experimental build. Well, this is the version that I'm like actually using, just with like a different texture file attached to it. Mm. Okay, where are my expressions at? Keep proxy. Oh no, it's on this one too. Guess I have to redo the shape keys anyway, so maybe I'm just like being a whiny bitch for no reason. And this is just me not having my files set up very well. How do I look bald without my ears? Fuck you, that's your bat girl. Okay, so what are you doing? What are you doing? If oh yeah, that would cause a problem, wouldn't it? I forget my what's loop select? There it is. I have to redo the shape keys anyways. Don't be afraid to move stuff around. What are you? Oh, it's because it's not here. That would cause some problems, wouldn't it? Because the other one goes like this. Um, there we go. And those are just going to be O-ring. So, would makes sense to have. Actually, would it even do these loop cuts make sense now? If I'm just gonna texture the air with the idea that like the ears are there. I guess I would have to have that. Maybe it just makes more sense to cut it here. Oops. Mark scene. Just like clear the scene. And obviously this scene is just here because of air. Mm. Back seam. See it pop out. Mm. Issue I was having with is up here. Yeah, not having even hair is really just one of those things that I just decided, damn, I want to hurt myself. I shouldn't phrase it like that on Twitch. It's like, man, I want to make my life harder. Which I don't do on purpose. It's just, you know, where is my mirror? Are any of these gonna help me, or I just have to eyeball it? Just eyeballing it. This does have to go down more just because this one's closer to the skull because the side is shaved. I want to make sure to keep it mostly square. My viewport is kind of fucked. I don't know how to unfuck it, but yeah, I think I just bring this down like that. I wonder if I can just. That's a that's significantly. Wait, that's just puts me in the same spot, doesn't it? I mean, it's like a little cleaner. So I'll just end up with this, which is kind of ugly. Let's see. This is the ear. I'm gonna just do that. Because that will be that, and then the seam is there anyways. because I know the UV is going to be weird here. This is just one of those situations of like fixing a problem. Fixing a problem takes more effort than it takes to. Sometimes like fixing a problem takes longer than just like redoing it. I think that's kind of what's going on here. But there's like a lot of I have here. Also, it just helps me if I'm gonna get better. I need to understand where I'm fucking up. I want the sea under. That would be. So maybe I just solve this one to make. No, that doesn't make it any cleaner. Let's just clear. Maybe I just say this model is uneven. Actually, maybe I can just make it even. Like, yeah, this is also part of the issue. It's not making. And this part because that's a gap in the material. That is. Just unwrapping this in my brain real fast. Give me a second. In the Mind Palace. I want you to know that I'm sitting here. Like, have you ever seen like Marvel movies, like the Iron Man movies, where like Tony Stark is like has like this holographic display? I'm literally like doing those same hand motions to like manipulate this in 3D space without like having to fuck with the model in particular, like without having to do the extra work. oh, this is separate. So like, let's just ignore that. Really, I can like mess with the hair mesh as much as I want. As long as I'm not like messing with the face mesh too much, it's not gonna cause problems. But again, I have to redo the shape keys anyways because I have to add like 5 more. So I just shouldn't be scared. Alright, let's just... Do these need to be separate? Let's make sense of the rest of the shit first. Oh, this is just in the wrong spot. It got wrapped up into something that it wasn't supposed to. Just because this is already unwrapped decently well. Something is stuck here. Oh, that'll do it. Actually, I need to select it before I unwrap. And then now it shouldn't do that. It's still doing it a bit. I don't know why you're getting grabbed, but you should stop that. Yeah, you are part of that. Let's just make sure I understand what I'm working with. That doesn't look bad at all. You are here. Wait, what are you? Ah, oh, it doesn't join each other. Nah, that wouldn't really make any sense. Okay. That makes sense, and I can at least break these down into like parts that make sense for the. This was going to be mostly texturing, but I just have to fix the model if I'm going to have it make sense at all. I guess I would just color flat those in, right? What if I. Would this make sense? Oh yeah, that causes a problem. I would want to mark at least a long. If to like keep the ears on this like what I'm determining is like the top of the head. Um, this just also isn't part that this is just part of the shape, part of the head. That just doesn't get involved in anything. Yeah, so the ears are gonna be on top, especially because I'm gonna if nothing else, it's like a decent way to like mark the shadows. And the idea of marking this scene and making it like mirroring it, I don't know. It's looking more and more like that's a good idea. Or make that work. I have to make a seam. My bad. Oh, I see. I just put the seam on wrong. The UV. Just toss them on here. I swear to God, the copy and paste UV feature just like decides when it does and doesn't want to work. Like just super, super arbitrarily. Hmm. Let's make a quick change. Slightly different. Mhm. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Huh? Oh yeah, that would be okay. You bitch. That does just so much in terms of making this shit like way easier. Uh, you have a problem with that hard. Deciding to be upside down. Where's the shit? Not easy. Not where I'm at. Okay. That makes a significant amount of more sense. Because now I can just think of it in terms of like, what do the bangs have to look like? And then I guess I still have to like carry some detail over. Like, where does this technically end up? It ends up over here. I'll kind of have to like puzzle piece it together a bit. Because I might end up. Actually, it's here. Photography. Like, uh, vtuber. Oh, yeah, no, that's Yeah, that makes a heck of a lot more sense, actually. Um, Hello. My photography. My ass. Just stretching far. Maybe it might just be better. Just now I said I was mostly gonna texture for this, but boy, it would just be so much easier if all of my shit wasn't so fucked up. texture out like that. Edge is fine. So what's this? I might just bite the bullet beforehand. Fix it before it has before it has a chance to be a problem. I guess technically I could square these off, right? If I just like split these each. I'm splitting it, not do the thing. I need to subdivide. Oop. And I can get a bit of a better shape out of it. As doing that. I wonder if this is even like huh? Oh, sorry. I got really focused. I don't know. Is the vampire hot? That's why can't really be. I can't really be too picky. Yeah. uh, just knife across. The hell is that? That's rather sensible. So really, I want to. Yeah, like honestly, so long as they're a nice person, I'd be down. I mean, if they call me sir, that means they're an instant zero in my book. So that wouldn't happen if they were a 10 on 10. Because most of my attraction is emotional. Mm. Honestly, I could be cool with being a vampire. I don't get outside super often. Oh, what are you doing? Right? Because this. Okay, that makes sense now. That. Sorry, I've just been like really focused just because like the topography on my hair was like really that bad. Like I was definitely just really freeballing the front of this. Hold this outside. I should have something. Uh, uh, hmm. Just trying to square these up a little bit because I was having a hard time when it came to texturing, just because there was a lot of distortion on this part, and there's distortion in other parts of the model, but like this is really the money maker. I gotta make sure that it's not like overworked. No, it was just a typo. It's not a big deal. I was thinking like, oh, that's a weird thing, but like, vampires are old, like kind of inherently. So it's like, I guess a vampire would be kind of clueless on like gender shit. Yeah, I'm not an easy person to offend, so like, don't worry too much about it. I don't really want kind of change where like the edge of my hair is now. I'm also like understanding this model a little bit better because I am actually growing my hair out into this style. So like kind of the more I kind of the longer my hair gets IRL, the more I'm kind of like understanding where this all is supposed to like line up. I mean, pissing me off one time in the what, like 3 or 4 years we've known each other is like a really good track record. We've known each other for longer than that now that I think of it, because I think you met at like the tail end of me being in my first apartment, so that's more like 6 years, like bare minimum. Yeah, 6. I'm super tired right now. But yeah, pissing me off like one time in 6 years is like very, very good track record, I'd say. Also, me being pissed off for like an hour in the grand scheme of things is not that bad. you're bound to piss someone off no matter what you do. It's just a matter of like not doing it over and over again, or at least not doing the same thing over and over again. That looks a lot better. I just have to make sure I get kind of the nice curves that I had back. Yeah. And in general, like I try not to get mad when people are just like maybe don't fully get what's going on. Like there's a difference between being ignorant and just not knowing. Like being ignorant is not knowing and refusing to learn versus like knowing you fucked up and feeling bad about it and learning. So like I'll never get mad at someone for trying their best. Or if I do, I'll get unangry at it pretty fast. Shit. That's bad. And then when I wrap it, it'll or when I square it, it'll there is gonna be one weird spot. Maybe I just want to mark a seam down the middle like this. Or just right. Why don't I just like merge you first? I just fail here. And this is my other hair spiky. Mm, yes. Actually, as per usual, I may be over engineering this problem just a smidgen. Kind of make this a bit more of a straight line. And if I was thinking about this from the get-go, it would probably like just make a significant amount more sense. But, you know, I wasn't thinking about texturing when I made the model. I was thinking of just like flattening in colors. I think by the time I got to the hair, I was just kind of like tired, frankly, and was just like, fucking figure it out. I can just, and also like trying to save on polygons doesn't like help me a ton. Which like I do still want to keep it below a certain poly count, but I don't know. I can like it's never gonna run in like a game engine, so I can cheat like a little bit. Like obviously if I cheat too much, it's just not gonna look like the style I'm going for anymore. Hmm. There we go. That adds a lot more like personality into it. Just trying to get this like a little bit more jagged and pointy where I can. Just to make it like a little bit edgier feels like the wrong word. But like I am trying to go for like this little punk rock overgrown faux hawk type of deal. I not even want this face. Oh, really mind this kind of floating here. Like I kind of want this to like anchor itself in a little bit to the face. I guess I could just like snap it down. It does make me kind of want to just like throw a seam, yeah, or like throw. It does make me kind of want to do this and bring it like all the way around. Think of this as me a little bit just letting my perfectionism win. Man, sometimes my perfectionism got him. Is this like a recent development with the 1020 mode on FNAF 2? Because I thought he already did something like that, like in the past. Or maybe it was like a pre-nerf version. I don't know. I've been out of FNAF for a little while. Been out of the loop on it. Ah, alright, I'm seeing my issue. It's that I'm very dumb and I need to chill a little bit more. Point was to make it so that I can understand it when it's like a texture. We've just evolved to the point where I'm like sitting here on my chew toy instead of like actually commentating. But it is just kind of a lot of I'm poking at the exact same problem over and over again. There's also a lot of this where I like am clearly a little afraid to like push the style of it for fear of like, oh, it might look ridiculous, but like also it might look more interesting if I just if I'm just not afraid to like pull things out a little farther. Go like a little bit harder on the so sick of the gnats everywhere right now. Like, it makes me feel like my house is gross, but like it's not. Like I have an animal. They're like drawn to the animal, but like that's it. They're just like all over my work too, but like that's because it's covered in sugar. They're just fucking everywhere because it's hot and it's muggy and it's moist, and gnats love that. Plus, like it's just been so like fucking unbearably hot most of the time that like I just need to keep my window open, especially because again, animal. I'm a fruit bat though. I don't like bug, bug nasty. Dr. Bibber. Yeah, I've got a big K cherry cola because it's literally half the cost of every other soda. Like I'm not paying $12 when I can pay $5 for something that's satisfies my sweet tooth just as well. Actually, I do like Clear American a lot. I used to like shop at Walmart all the time just because I was working there. Um, but like at this, it's 0 calorie like sparkling water, which is good. But what I really need is I need calories. I have such a hard time keeping weight up. Like I actively avoid diet sodas and stuff like that just because I have a hard enough time keeping weight on in general. And my stint at Walmart lasted like not even 6 months. So, like I feel like I barely count. Walmart is shit company to work for though, for real. think I need to. Oh, you know what? I can use. I can just use the symmetrize tool. That will auto work for me. Trying to eat this out just a little. Do like a lot for me. I think I ended up keeping my vest too, but that was mostly because I was like basically a walkout. Like I was just no call, no showing for a bit. Hey, this tool might be better. I'm sure someone's gonna watch the VOD and be like yelling at me that the symmetry is probably better. I feel like this is probably messing it up. Some might end up pushing the style a little bit more and just trying to make stuff bigger, but I do like the way the hair looks more now. I want to make these points a little bit more like aggressive because otherwise it doesn't really have a lot of like personality or like to it. Absolutely. Dude, do you have any idea how much $1 million is? Like whenever one of those questions pops up where it's like, would you X for $1 million? It's almost always yes. Because like if you're not stupid, like that can become fucking generational wealth. I mean, you can't buy anything with $2, maybe 20. Lost a face. Mm. all these random triangles are just gonna be like flat colors. I will sort through them in a minute. Okay, let me just quickly check over these for like wrapping errors. They all look fine. Okay, because now I can basically just take them, build up better versions of this texture, and make like the front and the top and the back all separate images instead of this goddamn mess. I guess on that note, let me save this because this was a lot of work. Oh, Shipped at Midnight's multiplayer? I've been just like seeing it like barely in the periphery, but I will absolutely play that with you if we can like sort out a time together. Let me put it on my list. Yeah, definitely like bug me about it at some point tomorrow and I'll install it and then we can like figure out a time to like hang out and do that. And then I was gonna go into my texture pane. But I only want to do a little something like this with the boots where I just like put some little like I want to put some like little weird techy type of things on it where it looks like these could reasonably be some kind of like Magitech floaty gravity boot type of deal. And I think instead of like I take this texture up here and just like slap it on somewhere down here. And just get like some big belt buckles on here. I need to redo the UV on that because it's kind of stretches a bit, but that is a really quick adjustment. And I can definitely do that after I add stuff like a little buckle. So I guess I would expect buckle boots to like kind of buckle on the sides. Probably have like little little strappies on the front. And if I was strapping a boot on, it would probably pull on the inside. So these are gonna be little strappies, little belt buckles, or little buckles rather. Something like that. And then I would expect that kind of thing. Something like this. Have this come around the back. Uh, like some kind of charge battery indicator type beat back here. And then I think it's a line. It would kind of and for something that's like completely out of my ass, I don't think these are bad little like basically rocket magnitude type of deal. Honestly, I think I'm gonna head to bed too. I think it's about that time. Before you go though, like thoughts on the kind of magnet boots? I guess I'd probably have to add something on the bottom, but we're gonna see it. I'll probably just look at like Ratchet and Clank stuff later for like how to really detail those. Later. No idea what you're doing, buddy. Let's not do that anymore. really need to do here, what I really need to do here is make this part of the hair just separate from the rest of the head. Just because I'm not getting like the poofy shape I want out of it. I do still want to try to use a decent level of symmetry just for the sake of texturing. But like, you know, the hairstyle just is gonna be asymmetrical. Let's just poof it up a little bit more. Yeah, this end on is gonna piss me off really bad, but I think this is it. No, actually, maybe it's a little bit more like this. Can I just do it like this actually? Let me see. Snap that down there. That's alright. Just wanna like, yeah, just push push the style a little further. Push these shapes a little harder. Oops. Just add more dynamicism, dynamicness to it. So just do. In here. Oh yeah, there are literally faces. You know, do that. Heal if they end up through, because those layers are where I control my expressions. Um, I might have just found my line. I go this little hair poop I have out the side to just like imply the like depth of the hairstyle a little better. There we go. That does that does quite a bit in terms of just like kind of showing actually it does a lot to just show that there's some weight behind that side of the head as well. Um, uh, yeah, actually snapping that's snapping the nothing anyways. Let's just make sure it actually makes the head look round. That should just do everything that it needs to do. Let's see, that has to be sure I'm not like messing up where the textures are gonna end up because it comes down. I think it does do better if I collapse these down like that. But I do like this idea of this extra cut here. Actually, that doesn't really do anything for me now, does it? I think maybe, oops, this just has to come down some. It's rounding this out a little bit more. Just because I really don't want to end up accidentally making like the skull or the hair look flat. I want to pay attention to that basic structure. Should just there we go. Because I really do want it to look like it's kind of brushed over that area. Right, not to try not to make the head look like it's flat and anything. So I have to remember. Like I did make like the skull at first, and then I expanded out like the hair layer. I extruded it out, but obviously it's gone through changes. It's just been a little bit hard to like. Yeah, and it's easy to just kind of get lost in it a bit. There we go. I see. I just didn't fit in when I symmetrized it, and it wandered off a little. Oh, where'd my wireframe go? There we go. Okay, might found enough there. Mm. I'm gonna be sitting here judging shit for days if I let myself. This is definitely good enough to be like doing sprites on. Uh, Uh, I lost a couple of my seams while I was digging around, but yeah. Think there's anything left unaccounted for? Yeah, because the hair is still over here, and it still makes sense. Uh, Oh, actually, this seam would still be here because that's my center. Oh, hello, Crimson Draws. Sorry, I was like kind of really zoned out because it is almost 2 a.m. for me. Thank you. This is basically what I've got on right now is I'm calling it my beta model. It's kind of just enough to get the job done. This is what's on the screen now is going to be the real V1. I'm gonna, in these red and blue spots, these are gonna be my expressions that I'll be able to toggle rather than just having like open mouth, closed mouth, and blink. I'll have, let me see if I can do them. I'm gonna have like, this is gonna be like happy face, angry, sad. I think this one is going to be like scared or confused. This one is blink. Somehow I lost the marker for it, but whatever. Neutral, which is going to be my closed mouth. And then these are just my vowel sounds that will allow me to have some semblance of like lip syncing. But right now I'm kind of just like fixing some mesh issues that were causing problems with my sprite work here. And I'm just kind of like, I didn't do any planning on the boots yet, so I was planning that out. And this right here is like the hair texture, which is like an unreadable mess, and I was like having a hard time dealing with it. So I split the hair into 3 parts so I can a lot more easily texture it out with like a lot less texture stretching, because I can very quickly just in VC Face bring up the, what was it? The model that has these textures, and you can just see that like it's really distorted on like the front edge here. And then obviously there are just some mesh issues with my shape keys as I speak. But I'm gonna have to redo all the shape keys anyways to just fix just to like what's the word? Just to make my expressions anyways. So redoing the ones that I've already done isn't gonna take all that long. And that'll fix these like weird like snapping issues that I've got. So all in all, like I do have a real plan here. And like I'm just doing some other cleanup stuff while I'm here, like kind of defining my hair poofs a little bit better. Which like it is adding a lot to the poly count and isn't being like super faithful to the style that I'm going for. But it's kind of, I think a lot of it is just kind of comes down to me being a little picky. Like I can cheat the style a little bit and it's like totally fine. I can't help but be overly perfectionist about things, like, oh, technically the limitations for this era would have kept the amount of faces down to like, I think it was like 500 faces or 500 tries, one of the two. But I was like pushing over like 20 polygons. And then now I just added a lot to the hair too. Yeah, I think you should definitely learn 3D. It is, it's fun once you kind of get around to it. It's like there's a very high entry cost to 3D, but it's really fun to like learn once you sort of really get into it. For me, it's a lot of like, there's a lot of little things that you can do to get like closer to mastering something. Like I just like learning new things, and Blender is a program that you can do literally anything in. So you can just keep learning. The issue is you can do anything in the program. So there's just so much shit to like navigate around. But once you like learn the basics of like how to operate the camera and move around, and just create objects and basic manipulation. There's a lot you can do with just like the basics of knowing how to manipulate objects, because really that's like the bulk of what I'm doing. Yeah, I've definitely had that experience in Blender a couple of times. Um, like I've picked up the program and put it down quite a few times over the years because it is really intimidating to start on. But it's a lot easier when you have like kind of a defined goal and style you're going for, like something that you want to emulate, because it gives you a starting point for like tutorials on like, oh, I'm going to look up this tutorial on specifically how to model PS2 style characters or N64 style characters, and it like having direction just does so much in terms of like keeping you motivated, because you can better understand what milestones you want to create for yourself. I think that's kind of what has gotten me frustrated with just art in general over the years, but 3D art especially, just because again you can do anything. Um, and not having a direction really just has you kind of like sitting in this state of being lost and confused, and that is just really against, like, you're really just working against your own nature at that point, because humans in general like love stimulation, but we all like hate confusion. It causes fear. But direction really takes a lot of that away. Let's see if I just, I'm gonna unwrap this again. Oh. Yeah, I've got a lot of plans for what I want to do going forward. I'm just kind of in that state of art where like it doesn't require your creativity, it just requires your time and your labor. I just make an icon. That's Oh, I see. I think there's just two faces on top of each other. Ah, I see. The merge didn't work properly. Also, snapping, not helping me. All right, that makes that look so much more sensible. and I can kind of put this back where it was. Uh, you got rotated somehow. Honestly, sometimes it's better to not ask why or how. Just reorganize it. Definitely still like, oops, I punched my microphone. I apologize. I'm definitely still fighting my own inexperience a lot. But I'm really just trying to like chase my like sense of inspiration for this again. Honestly, we're oh yeah, that's just my sprite being weird and not quite matching what's going on. It's just fine. That's to an extent. That's what we're expecting to have happen. So that's fine. Mm. I'm gonna just snap this one into place while I'm at it. A little bit. Still poking out quite a bit. And I am just gonna have to bring this of it a little bit because I can save just like a teeny tiny thing. Right, I don't think when the textures are on, you're really. But you know, I'd rather solve a problem relatively quickly now than like have that plus the other 10 problems that are inevitably going to show up all working against me at once. I just need to like be okay with using a bunch of extra polygons on the hair and head. That's because it really does require that. There's like Blender newbie stuff. Actually, I've been seeing a lot of like pretty recent discourse on like, is the donut tutorial any good? And to weigh in on that, I think it's like it's the first like 3 or 4 episodes of it are actually, I think, cover some really important things. Just as far as like navigating around and what certain buttons do, adding functions, where the modifier tab is, and understanding the very basics of modifiers. Especially, I think the like just figuring out how to move in 3D space is important. But like, I got to the point where I was like at the adding sprinkles bit, and that was where I was like, I am never going to have any use for this whatsoever. It's cool that you can do certain things with just like math nodes and making random materials and stuff like that, and letting the computer do randomness, simulated randomness for you is good, and it's a good thing to have in your back pocket. But specifically, what he's doing is super useful to anything I will ever do, and that's about where I started looking up like specific character oriented tutorials, and I found interesting stuff that you can do with like the math nodes and stuff through that. Like the original way I was doing texture swapping was going to be using drivers and like what's the word? It just didn't really work out because it doesn't work with shape keys, which is how VRM models, which is the file format I have to use for my vtuber program. It's completely reliant on using shape keys. So anything you do with like drivers isn't really going to work. I'm going to have to see. I want to do some stuff with image sequencing, and I might have to bake that in Unity instead of being able to do it in Blender. But I think if I just run a driver that is like constantly running through like individual images in a file, it'll work, and it'll just kind of have to be playing all the time, which shouldn't affect like the way it runs super badly within VC Face. Like I know I can lag VC Face if I really fuck around a lot, but the sprites are gonna be like 8 pixels big, and it's just gonna be like a little swirling pattern. It's probably gonna be 4 frames, maybe 6 if I'm feeling like super fancy about it, but I don't think it's gonna need quite that much. So having a couple of like very tiny sprite animations running at really low, small frame rates isn't gonna cause any like performance issues for me or crash VC Face or anything. But that's like if I can get it to work. I'm trying so hard to not have to learn Unity. Like Unity is gonna be a really powerful tool for me, and I do want to learn it at some point. But I want to learn one program at a time. If there's a billion million things to learn. I'm just gonna start with learning the most essential stuff first, and I can mess around a little bit more later. Right now, it's really about getting something that is functional. And if that means I lose out on some some features, some possibilities, it's fine because I can always revisit those later. Do this emotion better. I mean, I am creating on the one side, but So, like, why wouldn't I just? Really? Other than all the way. That's whatever. It's on the back of the head. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think what I just did will help, like, the neck be a little less like it's like snapping and breaking every time I move. And I just the program might be able to make just like slightly more sense out of it. Also, I just need to like keep myself accountable with like keeping the roundness of the skull because like I haven't done like a lot of drawing in a long time, but I can at least remember like my basic character anatomy for like proportions and like what things can really quickly like make a drawing look fucked up. And really the things you want to be getting important are like understanding where all the bones go. And the skull is probably your most important bone, especially for a character, as that's going to inform a lot about the information, or that's going to form a lot of opinions about how they look. It's going to inform a lot of how their face looks. And that is really what is going to sell your character. It's going to be facial features, face and head. That is fuck up. Absolutely. Alright. Make the hair a lot bigger. Like I feel like I'm just not like selling it within style very much. Like I'm playing it safe, and that's kind of playing it boring in a lot of ways. And I just don't don't want boring. Like I'll take bad over boring. I think because if it's bad, at least it's making an impression. You know what I mean? If it's boring, then like you're just gonna forget about it. That's why people like absolutely adore movies that are absolute dog shit. Because if it's an honest attempt and it sucks, one, you can at least respect like the follow through on it, and two, it makes a very deep impression on you. Because how could you possibly forget something like Tommy Wiseau's The Room? Like, there's no way it doesn't land just because it's so out there. I think making the definitely was helping a lot. It's a little bit interesting. It's a little bit styled. Okay, you know what? I said I was gonna go to bed like 30 or 40 minutes ago, and I'm still pinching and prodding and poking. That is really the last thing I need to do right now. The first thing I need to be doing is finishing my fucking textures. Actually, the first thing I need to do is fucking go to bed. So, let me see. Are you still here, Crimson? Because if you are, I would like to say goodnight to you specifically. Alright. Good night. I will. When's probably the next art stream? Probably next week. I might touch on it a little bit. I guess it just depends on how much I end up doing in the following week. But yeah, next stream, it might be art, it might be more messing around with like crowd control. Oh, I might want to fix this actually before I go, because I'm gonna look at this when I come back and have no idea. But this will be actually the last thing. It's because I knocked out a scene. What if I just have to fight them? Alright. Is three. Is three. This. Oh, wait. powerful thing that is I see. now that I've fixed the one thing that was going to bug me forever and ever, I'm gonna hold myself accountable and fucking go to bed. Okay? Blender closed, credit closed, hands off the keyboard. I have to put my hands back on the keyboard to turn off stream, but I'm going to bed. Good night.